Both Blazers were going along quite nicely at one stage, and then now they've been pushed back. It's a different format, a 50 over game. And look at that bullseye, another wicket. Bang on target. Mayank has another one. He manages to spin this ball through the gate, and both Blazers now are losing their way here. They are 78 for 4. So 78 for 4. It's looking very, very tricky for both Blazers. And they had opted to bat first. They were going strong. A decent 23-run partnership between Adil and Dhyan. And then Lagan, still out there in the middle, 36 of 32. He fell short of runs yesterday in the multi-day game. I think he was out for a pair, but he's made a contribution, but he's running out of partners. And apart from him, it's just Dhyan who has managed to get into double figures. And all of a sudden, they just went from 78 for 2 to 78 for 4. Undo commentary only. So time to regroup for both Blazers. They've lost 4 wickets in a hurry. In fact, 2 wickets in a hurry. They still had a little bit of momentum. They had a little bit of steam as well when they had lost 2 wickets. Things didn't look all that bad, but now things are looking a little bit grim. Paint Panthers, fresh from the defeat yesterday, they were definitely blown away. Yes, it's the preseason tournament, but they were certainly not expecting such a performance from a new side, which is about to feature in this year's debut tournament. Both Blazers have really set the tone nicely, and they mean business, that's for sure. They certainly mean business. The multi-day game was won, and now they are in a bit of a hole. They're in a tricky situation, but you expect them to fight back. And that will be the end of the over. Both Blazers not looking good at this stage. The score, it's just 79 for 4 after 15 overs. Now then, Paint Panthers have got some life in this match. They have seriously dented the top order. Now they can really find themselves in a good position. What's the captain thinking? Has introduced himself into the attack, and he'll be hoping for some early breakthroughs. The side is in very good position. They managed to get both Blazers in a very tricky situation. Now Lagan's still out there. He's still out there and he's got some work to do. He's made a contribution already, but he would know that the onus now lies on his shoulders. He's got to take his side out of this tricky situation. He's done that. He's played some sensational innings in the past where he has saved his side from very tricky situations, and he'll have to do something like that once again today here at Sports Garden we are at for this fixture. And that's been hit straight back past the bowler. The umpire had to get out of the way. Will just be a single. And they need a partnership. Both Blazers now. They've lost 4 wickets. Lagan has all the potential in the world to basically turn the tide and flip the tables back on Paint Panthers. That's what they did yesterday when they were chasing. It never looked like they would get to their target. 175 seemed like a big score, but they were able to chase it down with few overs to spare. And that win yesterday do their confidence a lot of good actually. It just gets them in the ideal mindset. There's no pressure whatsoever. And that win will also make them feel much better about themselves. Pressure on Paint Panthers. They need to make amends. They need to bounce back. It's on them now. And so far, they have got off to a good start in this match. They've inserted, they've been inserted to bowl first, and they've responded well. A little too full on that occasion. Punches it down the ground. End of the over, it's 80 for 4 after 16. So Krishay will continue, and at the moment, Paint Panthers are hunting for wickets. They know they have really cornered board blazers here. A good chance for them to make further inroads, get into the middle order, test the middle order. The middle order has been a little bit shaky. Board blazers haven't looked very fluent as far as their middle order batting skills are concerned. Can't get it past mid on that occasion. So dot balls also piling up, pressure building slightly on board blazers. They're not able to rotate the strike. Run rate also slowing down a touch. Wicket. Seeing some very good bowling up front from Paint Panthers. They've got their confidence. And tucks it away on the leg side. Well, he tries to, but he misses out. Board Blazers are in a very difficult situation. 80 for 5 after 18 overs. They need a big innings from somebody. Lagan Goda is running out of partners. Afnas Mohammad, the latest victim, who was dismissed for 11 ball duck. So we've seen two ducks already. Arjun GV will walk out to bat, and he really has to assist Lagan here because Lagan is batting beautifully. He's looking very composed out in the middle. 1-6 for him, six fours he has smashed so far in this match. So he's looked good, but at the other end, wickets have been falling. And at the moment, this passage of play is being won by Panthers. They are showing both Blazers what they're made up of strong. We expect them to put up a fine performance after their defeat in the multi-day test match yesterday. And that'll be such a big blow. It'll be playing in their mind. 175 was a very reasonable target for the final session of the day. They could have challenged uh, both Blazers, but their batters stood tall and their middle order just doing the job nicely. And now, once again, their middle order will be put to the test. 80 for 5. It's a 50 over contest, 32 overs left. Both Blazers looking to find a way to bat the remaining 32 overs. The last ball of the over coming up. So, Paint Panthers are just going through their overs. The last ball of the over. Very tidy start for Shravan Biju. Some very lovely attributes from him. We'll talk more about that later. 19 overs done. It's 80 for 5. So, Nyog Sunesh has been introduced into the attack. Paint Panthers are trying to attack with spin. I feel that's the way to go about it. The middle order has looked very strong for both Blazers. Oh, the keeper has missed that one. Has he allowed it to go through? No. It'll only be a dot ball. Arun GV yet to open his account. Lagan has been watching all the carnage unfold from the other end. He hasn't had the strike for a while, and he's still not on strike. Arun GV just manages to survive. That was not really far away from his outside edge. Gotta be careful now. You've lost half the side. You don't want to create more problems by throwing a wicket away. And that'll be the end of the over. So, both Blazers not doing anything out of the ordinary. After 20, they are 80 for 5. Now, what sort of score both Blazers are looking at this stage? They're going at exactly 4 runs per over. Their scoring rate has certainly taken a back seat. There's been a procession of wickets. These are his numbers. Biju, best figures of 3 for 90, 20. I think lots of impressive aspects about this young bloke. He's also been amongst the wickets as well. So he's given his side timely breakthroughs, especially during the middle phase where not much happens. Once again, very good length. Length has been very, very good from him. And he's just targeting the off stump channel, keeping it there. And that's why he's been so successful. He has stuck to his basics. He's not done anything too different or fancy. I would want to see a slip in position. Nicely driven. Has he found the gap? He's standing and admiring his shot, but he realized that the ball went straight to the fielder. So I think Paint Panthers are in a good state. Both Blazers need to get a move on now. Yes, they've lost, but they've got to rotate the strike a little better. The scoring rate has gone below 4 now. It's 3.95. When we started off, it was looking very healthy. The scoring rate, it was almost touching 6. It was 6 and above, and that's what wickets do to you. It can severely hinder your momentum, and that's exactly what has happened to both Blazers. But you expect them to fight, you expect them to take the game deep. They are not going to give up. We saw that yesterday when they were asked to chase down 175. They made it look ridiculously easy, and everyone was baffled, and everyone started realizing that a new star is around the corner, a new champion team is around the corner. Ball of the over coming up. It's been a good one. It's been a good one for Paint Panthers and for Shravan. Yes, he's given away a run, but he's looked very probing. Ideally, I would also want a slip in place. Just have an attacking field, especially for Arjun GB, who's not opened his account. He's faced 8 deliveries. Just bring the field up, have more fielders around the batter. Try to squeeze the life out of the batter. He manages to keep that one out. End of the over, 21 done. It's 81 for 5. So Niyog Sunesh will be bowling his second over. He will continue. First over, he started off with a maiden, and he's going to continue his impressive work. Let's see how his second over goes. He starts off poorly, and that's been dispatched through point region for a 4. Lagan looking very, very strong. He is rattling along nicely, but his team difficult position. under pressure. He's been hit for two back-to-back boundaries, and we are seeing a change in momentum. We're certainly seeing a change in momentum now. Lagan trying to break from the shackles. He's moved on to 47. He's made batting look so easy. The other batters have not found it easy by any means. And now we have seen a flurry of boundaries. Another one makes it fence. So three boundaries in this over. All of a sudden, Neog Sunesh has been put under the pump, and we are seeing a bit of a move on now from uh, board blazers. And they've decided it's enough. It's time to get a bit of a move on and just put the pressure back on Paint Panthers. See how they respond. Pressure back on Paint Panthers now, and that's why you love this game so much. So quickly the game can change in a matter of few deliveries. Two boundaries, three boundaries now, a bowler under pressure. The score has moved on to 94, but I'm pretty sure Paint Panthers want to keep that score as low as possible and give themselves a fighting chance to win this contest. Last ball of the over coming up. It's been a very productive over for both Blazers. They got a much needed move on, which was lacking in their innings, and the over ends well with a single. After 22, it's 98 for 5. That big over has certainly got both Blazers back on track. It was good to see Lagan getting to his half century. Hit a flurry of boundaries, got to his 15 start. Aaron Giri has not been able to open his account. Partnership has looked good. 18 so far, 18 runs for the sixth wicket. Still, it's a very evenly poised contest. One good partnership can take both Blazers to a good score, but Payne Panthers would know they have been able to dismiss half their side. Another wicket now, and it could start looking very bleak for the opposition. So Aryan introduced into the attack for the first time. The bowling change from Payne Panthers. And let's see how he goes about his business. No pressure on him whatsoever. And they've managed to pick up 5 wickets. They've got Arjun GV who's struggling a little bit. Not faced. He's not scored a single run. Even in this partnership, he hasn't. He's failed to get going. No run off the bat from him yet. So they would know. Both Blazers, Pale Panthers would know that they can target him. I mean, he's just hitting the ball straight to the fielders. He's unable to rotate the strike, so they should know that the captain from Paint Panthers, I think it's Raghav, needs to be very mindful of the fact that Arun has looked very tentative. It's not been a fluent innings at all. In fact, his innings has not got underway yet. He's not been able to get his innings off the ground. Still hitting the ball straight to the fielder, not able to find the gaps. With every dot ball, he will field the last ball of the over. Could end up being a maiden, but Arjun GV of the final delivery has been able to get a single, and after 14 deliveries, he's able to open his account with a run. Still have one ball to go, but in very tight, accurate bowling from Aryan. On the leg side, Lagan misses out on the flick. Just one run of that over, 23 run. It's 93 for 5. So Ashika comes into the attack. She had a very expensive start of her spell. She was certainly taken to the cleaners and she received a little bit of tap earlier in her spell. 29 runs conceded. She went wicketless in her 4 overs. So she's got some work to do. She's got some damage control work to do, and at the same time, give her side a wicket. That'll be a real bonus if she can get into the board Blazers middle order and really torment them big time. Oh, what a good looking shot through the offside. That shot from Arjun will bring up the team 100 for board Blazers. 100 up in fine style. It's 103 for 5. The scores are just being updated. That's not the updated score. The boundary brings up the 100. 102. Straight away, the bowler under pressure. Not a good start to her second spell, Ashika. So now Arjun on strike. He's got a single. Can we expect a big innings from him? Oh, that's too far down the leg side. Excellent keeping behind the stumps. That ball was certainly travelling. Slightly on the shorter side. Opens up his stance. Can't get it past the fielder at short fine leg. So we are seeing a bit of a fight back from both Blazers after being reduced to 80 for 5. The chips were down, but now the partnership is building and they're getting slowly but surely getting both Blazers back on track. Now Ashika has gone for a few runs in this over. It's interesting to see if she can end it well. She's not been able to close out the overs. It's been expensive. Straight to the fielder. We've seen some good balls from Ashika in this over after being hit for a 4. That was down the leg side. So line has been a bit of a problem for her. No problems with length. Occasionally she's been a touch on the fuller side, but that's fine. You want these batters to drive on the up. You want to induce that falls short. Nothing wrong with the length. The line has been a touch too straight. Once again, she gets her line wrong, and once again, she gets punished. 4 to end the over. After 24, it's 109 for 5. So that the partnership is building, can't take both players lightly, especially after how they performed in the multi-day match yesterday. The game was over yesterday, and what a statement they have delivered with that win. Pink Panthers are the defending champions from the last season. They don't care about one win. They want to play their best game and have the best team in the park. It's all about, it's about playing your best game, playing your natural game, backing your strength, playing according to your strengths, understand what your limitations are, and prepare accordingly. And at the moment, both Blazers are dealing in boundaries. Another one being dispatched quite cleanly. This time it's off Lagan's bat. So Lagan has given both Blazers respite, something to work with. He's certainly given them an edge. I think he's done the bulk of the scoring and he needs to stay, he needs to kick on. It's been such a vital innings from him. The game is not done yet by any means. He's got to carry on and he's got to give his side a finishing touch if he can. This time, pretty sensible. Seeing some sensible cricket from both players, especially from Lagan. He's not looked in trouble, not looked restless, even though his partner is not able to rotate the strike freely enough. But Lagan has hit another boundary, this time through the offside, and he is looking good on both sides of the wicket. Things are looking very, very ominous now for Paint Panthers. We're seeing a fight back from both Blazers, and this partnership has really given them something to work with, some positivity for them in this innings. They were not off to a very good start. They lost wickets early, but now the 6 wicket stand is giving them a little bit of momentum. Now he goes downtown, high in the air. Has he taken it? Looks like he might have. That ball might have carried to the fielder on the full, and Lagan is walking. Huge, huge blow. My word, Sagar Krishna will be delighted with that wicket, but that opportunity was presented to him by Lagan, who just played that shot in the air. Didn't really need to do that. He was going so nicely. He played the shot in the air, and as soon as he played it, he knew he was going to be in trouble. With long on and long off in position, that shot was always going to lead to your downfall. Another vital breakthrough for Paint Panthers. They make a comeback. It's 116%. for the players to just pause and reevaluate their strategies. But Paint Panthers have once again moved themselves to a very good position. Now they'll be hoping to pick up the remaining wickets as quickly as possible, have a very small time themselves. Partnership has certainly given them a lift, but the partnership has been broken. The lower order batters will really have to make an impact now. Won't have a lot of batting to come, and there are overs left. We're just halfway through the innings, so there is plenty of time left, but not a lot of batters to follow. And that's something which they need to be mindful of. New batter in Shashank. A good 30, 20 to 30 run contribution from him will definitely be very, very handy for both Blazers at this stage. At the moment, they're relying on short, impactful contributions from their batters. Take this game bit by bit. I'm not sure whether that was a chance, but very good ball from Sagar once again. Last ball of the over, slightly on the shorter side, doesn't time his shot to perfection, straight to the fielder, end of the over, halfway through the innings. It's 116 for 6. Now then, both Blazers, how much are they aiming for at this stage with 6 down, 25 overs to go? They really have to make the most of the 25 overs. I mean, that's a given. That's certainly a given. But how much can they get to if they bat the remaining 25 overs? They can realistically add maybe another 100 runs if you take their score close to 220, which will be a very impressive score, mind you, in a 50 over game. Never easy though. Never ever easy. So Aryan, from the other end, starts off with a low full toss. That's been heaved away past the fielder at short mid wicket, but there is a boundary rider in the deep, and it will be restricted to just a single. To the fielder. I think that's another problem which both bases are facing. They played some really good looking shots. They timed the ball nicely, but on many occasions they've not been able to find the gaps. On the leg side, gets his radar wrong. Aryan losing his control a little bit. Or just the scoring rate has just slowed down after that wicket. Now, one thing board blazers need to be mindful of is that one brings two. So if they lose one wicket now, they can lose another one almost instantly. And you don't expect these lower order batters to put on a lot of resistance. You don't expect the lower order batters to put on a great deal of resistance, so they have got to be careful. This is a very important time, especially for board blazers who are setting a target. They have a target in mind. They should have a target in mind from here on. So lots of things to consider. But at the moment, Arjun has just belted that over the ropes for a boundary. We've seen some very ordinary bowling from that over. It's 123 for 6 after 26. End of the over now. It's 125 for 6 after 27 overs. The run rate has just slowed down a touch. Run rate has just slowed down a touch. And Panthers would be hoping that they can get a few more wickets right now. So both Blazers trying to get some momentum back after losing six. How good was Lagan's innings? I think that his innings has certainly taken both Blazers above the 100 run mark. Otherwise, without his contribution, it would have been very, very difficult for both Blazers to even reach 129, let alone setting a fighting total. End of the over, 28 done. It's 129 for 6. Arjun GV, who spent a lot of time in the middle, he's faced 32 balls. He's only managed to score 10 runs, but he knows the conditions, he knows the surface. He's got his eyes well in, and I think he's going to make an impact with the ball, with the bat, and get some runs on the board because he's certainly not scored enough runs. He spent a lot of time in the middle. He's played the long waiting game, and when Lagan was out there in the middle, he was uh, he was really like not taking his chances. But now he has to show some intent because I don't think they'll have a lot of batting to left. They'll have a lot of batting to come after this pair. So he's got to make the most of it, make every opportunity count. And there was sharp turn from Sagar there, bounce as well, which took Arjun GV by surprise. Did really well not to get an outside edge on it. Oh, 132 for 6 is the score. As a fielding unit, you will be mighty, mighty pleased with that progress. All you want to do now from here is finish the job and ensure that this partnership does not drag on further. Ensure that there are no little partnerships. Both Blazers at the moment they require those little partnerships in the middle to sort of get them close to the 200 run mark. 200 run mark is still a long, long way away. But if they keep stitching together some small partnerships in the middle, they will be able to get themselves close to 200, and 200 will be a very good score on this pitch. It will give the bowlers enough cushion and enough leeway. So even if they have an expensive start early on, they can catch up. End of another over, 29 done, it's 133 for 6. So right then, both Blazers need another partnership in the middle. They need another partnership, a good one, which can take them close to 200. They can get close to 200 without losing a wicket. They'll feel mighty, mighty good about themselves. But they'll have to work hard to get close to 200 because at the rate at which they've lost wickets, stitching together partnerships is a bit of an issue for them. On this occasion, wide will not be given. He's not happy. He's gesturing the umpire. Aryan has been a little bit erratic in his last over, and I've seen him ball in the previous season as well. He has a tendency of being a little bit off radar, but that's something you can expect in age group cricket. You won't expect them to be perfect always because they are in the learning phase. But he must realize this problem that there is a challenge in his bowling. He's got to work on it, and if he starts working, then only he'll be able to see results. And then only he'll be able to see positive results go his way. Now, Paint Panthers have done well to pull this back after that opening partnership where they were going at more than a run a ball, and the brakes have been put on. Definitely, the brakes have been put on. 134 is the score now. Uh, the current scoring rate is just above 4, which we all know is not very impressive in the longer format. But given the situation they are in, board Blazers, they had to sustain a lot of damage along the way. So they will definitely slow it down and take this game deep as they can, give themselves a chance to post a fighting total. And that's gone through a bit of a misfield. The fielder will eventually cut it off, but he's gifted few runs. Every run very crucial here. We all know it's not going to be a high scoring contest. Even 200 plus will be a very good score to defend. And they need to realize the importance of every run and try to limit these easy runs. End of the over, 30 done. It's 137 for 6. So 20 more overs to go. 120 legal balls. Can board Blazers bat all the 120 balls, score at a run a ball, and get to 250? It's certainly doable in this day and age. No score is safe. It's certainly achievable, but it's all about intent and execution under pressure. So far, it's been the bowlers who've been dominating the proceedings, but there's work to be done still by Pain Panthers. The game is not done yet by any stretch of imagination. At what stage will board Blazers look to up their ante? That's the question. Will they allow this partnership to gain a little bit of momentum, maybe? Bat for a few more overs, take this game to over number 40, and then go big, or just give themselves last 5 overs to really go hard? What's going to be their game plan? Very crucial passage this for both teams, because it's important to start well, it's also important to finish well, and at some stage they will be thinking of a par score. and how they would like to finish this innings with wickets in hand. They need to keep wickets in hand. That's another thing. That's one thing they've struggled with. They've not been able to stitch partnerships. We've seen that in the last game yesterday in the multi-day game. They did lose some wickets in the middle, although they were able to come good in the run chase. They were able to overcome, but there were some cracks. There were certainly some cracks. It was not a fluent run chase by any means, and that's something they need to work on. And an opportunity for the fielding side, Paint Panthers, to make note of things. And they clearly know their middle order has been a little bit susceptible at times. They have been able to bundle out both Blazers in the multi-day game, so they know how to pick the remaining wickets. They've done that before. I guess now it's all down to the execution and keeping it tight. The moment you allow easy runs to be given, then you're really making it difficult for yourself. Easy runs will make them at ease. It will make them feel better. And right now, there's a bit of a partnership developing between Shashank and Arjun. 31 done. It's 139 for 6. Still a long way to go in this game, in this innings rather. Both Blazers are trying to keep themselves alive, trying to keep themselves pretty much in the hunt. At the moment, they're just losing wickets. They can't find a way to prevent the procession of wickets. That's Mayank's figures so far. 2 wickets for him. They've got to find a way to stop the procession of wickets, which they have to an extent. They have arrested this problem, but they're certainly not out of the woods yet by any stretch of imagination. Goes on the back foot, punches it well, but once again, it's straight to the fielder. And that's another thing these youngsters should work on, is being able to hit the ball in the gaps. Because you won't always be able to hit the ball in the air. You can't always take risks in a game. It doesn't work that way. So you've got to find a way to also rotate the strike, play some orthodox kind of cricket, give yourself a bit of a safety net. And that's what you want to do in a limited overs game. Give yourself the opportunity of getting to a position. 140 is up with that single. He has a go at that one. It was tossed up a lot wide. I just couldn't reach out for it. 32 done. It's 140 for 6. So Vasudev comes into the attack. He's been brought back, and Paint Panthers want to break this partnership. He's picked up a wicket so far, and he's done his part, but his captain expects something more out of him. Nicely tossed up, played back to the bowler on that occasion. Has been punched down the ground, and the mid-off fielder does well to deflect the ball towards mid-on, which is why they were able to keep it down to just one run. So Arjun now getting a bit of a move on. He's getting into his groove, 15 of 45. He had to wait for 14 deliveries to open his account. And now he's playing a little bit of shots. But he's got to start walking, I believe. Not sure what happened there. The camera angle was a bit dodgy in my opinion. I think that's a catch. And yes, the seventh wicket goes down, and Arjun's resistance has come to a close. Soumya Tripathi will be replacing him, but another blow, another setback. Blazers were trying to rebuild, but they've lost the seventh wicket. It's 142 for 7. So that wicket has fallen, and both Blazers will once again have to recalibrate. Arjun was going along nicely, 14 or 45 or 46 deliveries. Certainly, he spent a lot of time in the middle. He was trying to switch to the second gear, and that's when he was removed. Good change, good tactic from the captain, bringing to the immediately. He struck in his second spell, first over of the second spell, and he hits the ground running. 142 for 7. Soumya. She is also a pretty good leg spinner, a lot of potential. We saw her ball. She picked up wickets. She has got lovely little flight, lovely little drift. She can get the ball to turn as well. But now her role is not with the ball, with the bat. Get some runs for her side. Otherwise, it's going to get quite difficult for them to defend in the second innings. 33 done. A successful one for Vasudev and for Paint Panthers. It's 142 for 7. So Shashank and Soumya, two new batters at the crease. Now, good thing for both Blazers is Shashank has been out there in the middle, so he is familiar with the conditions, with the pitch, and that will be something which will comfort both Blazers. It's been a stop-start nature, the stop-start style of play, I would say, for both Blazers. They got starts. Many of their batters got starts, but they were unable to cash in and convert their small start into a big one. So we've seen plenty of starts, plenty of little contributions, but they've just not been able to um play the long innings. Someone has to stand up and really go on to play one big innings. They're just one big innings away from turning this all around. Now that was a tough chance for the keeper. It's racing away to the boundary. Valiant effort by the fielder in the deep. Not sure whether there was anything on it. It's gone through. It'll be runs. It'll be bonus runs for both Blazers. They'll take it any which way they come. They need runs. They badly need runs, and they don't have lots of wickets left in the bank. That's been nicely drilled down the ground, but fielder does really well to get around it. Once again, this time a couple of runs. Good piece of fielding in the deep. So Ashika is brought back into the attack. She's been wicketless and she's had a tough outing. She's gone for 44 runs. She's given away 44 runs in 6.5 overs. Economy definitely on the higher side, especially considering the fact that both Blazers are just going at 4 over. I think she could have done better than that. Maybe a wicket or two can make her feel better. Because at the moment, her figures are pretty expensive and it's only going to get worse for her because Shashank has played a gorgeous looking cover drive, just slaps it along the carpet, brings up the 150 for both Blazers. They reach 153 for the loss of 7 wickets. They're trying to rebuild, Shashank trying to rebuild and add a little bit of resistance. And that's what they're known for, resistance. Did we not see that from Panthers yesterday when 175 was needed? Instead of going for the draw or instead of protecting their wickets, they went for the target, they went for the kill. They lost a few wickets along the way, but eventually they were able to wrap up the run chase. Oh, nearly, very, very nearly managed to. He tried to chop that ball onto his stumps. Nearly could have been another dismissal and another blow for Blazers. They can't afford another wicket now because we'll be right into the tail. I don't think anyone can bat from here on. This is the pair, this is the partnership which has to do the bulk of the scoring now. Gets low on his knee, swings it away on the leg side. He'll take one run. End of the over. 34 done. It's 154 for 7. So Vasudev to continue, and his captain now just hoping for him to just pick up another wicket. End this here if he can. They'll have to pick up a few more wickets. It's not done yet. They'll have to overcome this lower order. It has been causing a few issues. Right, and Vasudev will continue. Nicely balled, good little flight and drift. Plays it late, allows the ball to turn away from him. Then he plays the late cut, but straight to the fielder. He's chipped that in the air. Could that be a chance? Yes, it's a chance. Shashank, what have you done? You were getting board blazers back on track. 11 of 31. You were getting somewhere. And you have just thrown your wicket away. Chipped it straight down the throat of the fielder at cover. He wanted to take his chances, but on that occasion, it was not the shot that he should have played. And he has just played into the hands of Vasudev, who's picked up his third wicket of the match. It's 154 for 8. And so the Paint Panthers dugout looking very relieved. And why not? They have done really well to pick up the 8 wickets. They would want to end this innings on a high, keep them to as low as possible. So, two new batters in the crease. We are down to the tail now. How much? It's all about the resistance from the tail enders. We often see at amateur cricket, amateur level cricket, the lower order batters sometimes are able to get some momentum. They are able to score big and take this game deep. And Paint Panthers will have to be mindful of the fact that both Blazers can take this game deep if they don't pick up these remaining wickets soon enough. The tail has a tendency of dragging this game further. Not sure what has happened there. The stumps can be seen broken. I guess he's just survived a close stumping call. End of the over, 35 done. It's 155 for 8. So Mayank will be bowling the next over.
So he's picked up 2 wickets as well. So it's been a happy outing for Paint Panthers. Bowlers picking up wickets, having a very happy time. A low full toss this time. He couldn't put it away. In fact, it went straight to the fielder. Krishan would know he probably missed out on it. Hit it straight to the fielder. Tries to poke his bat at that one. Very risky. Krishan trying to guide it through the slip cord, and there is a slip fielder waiting exactly for a shot like that. Then you've got the keeper as well. Clips it away on the leg side. Will take a single. So Paint Panthers looking to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Register their first win of this preseason tournament, and they are that kind of a team who like to start off on a winning note. But so far, things haven't gone their way. This is the preseason, not the actual season. The actual season begins a lot later. But they are a team who want to win every game whenever they are in the park. They want to put their best players on the field and play their best brand of cricket. End of the over, 36 done, and it's 156 for 8. So things are looking very bleak. Both Blazers, they were in a similar situation yesterday on day two of the multi-day game. They had conceded a lead. They had conceded a lead of 44 runs. It could have been 100 plus, but that lower order partnership, I think Ashwath played a blinder of an innings. I think he was most definitely the player of the match. I wasn't there for the post match presentation, but I'm pretty sure he got the award. Now, what a partnership that was. From an unbelievable position, he got his team back on track. And not only that, he took them over the finishing line. He played a fiery cameo, a rapid cameo. I think he struck at over 200 and just took the game away at a time when it was looking like Pain Panthers were making a comeback. Just took the game away from them by just smashing it to all parts, a few sixes as well. And I think Pain Panthers had no response to that onslaught. They were just not expecting such a belligerent style of batting, especially towards the fag end of the multi day game. You expect the players to be a little bit circumspect towards the end of a multi day game. There's an appeal now, a polite inquiry from the keeper, but no response from the umpire. Krishan has his feet down. 156 for 8. How much more can they get? 40 runs. They still require 44 more runs to get close to 200. Tight single, and a non striker, Somya, was definitely struggling. It seemed as though she would have been short of a ground, but she made it there. She made her ground eventually because the throw was at the other end. Plays it off the back foot and plays it straight back to the bowler. One ball left in this over. Current partnership is just worth 3 runs. Krishan has scored all the runs in this partnership so far. 3 runs so far they have put. Tucks it away on the leg side towards mid wicket. And that will be the end of the over. 157 for 8 after 37 overs. So just 13 overs to go. We are gradually building up to the end phase of the innings. And 3 overs to go inside this power play. After that, after 40 overs, the field can spread even further. 5 more fielders can be outside the inner ring. So boundary hitting is going to get a lot more challenging. So if both Blazers are looking to up their tempo a little bit, they can do it right now. But I think they're just looking to consolidate and drag this innings further and further. They're not trying to take any risks because they simply can't afford to take any risks. Not a lot of batting left. I think maybe another 3 wickets or so, 3 to 4 wickets to follow. So we are not off the mark yet. Krishan has faced 12 deliveries. He has done all the scoring in this partnership so far. He's added 3 runs. Misses out again. So Raghav is into his third over. He's picked up a wicket. He's bowled a maiden, just given away a run. He has also hit the straps right. Middles well, but straight to the fielder on that occasion. Punches it off the back foot, but can't find the gap again. This is good tight bowling from Raghav. Run scoring has been very, very hard, and as you can see, the fielders are in. They're really closing in on the batter. This is good thinking from the captain. They know that the batters are unable to hit the ball in the gaps. 2 new batters at the crease. They're looking for easy singles. Not there yet. 38 done. It's 157 for 8. Krishe is brought back into the attack. And these are his figures: 3.1 overs, 1 maiden, 17 dot balls. Would you believe it? Consistency at its peak. That's what you'd call it. Consistency at its peak. Now he's hit that in the air, chance possibly. Oh no, the two batters almost at the same end. This is going to be suicidal. Easy peasy run out at the strikers and total miscommunication. I think it's Soumya who's short of her ground. She was off. She was already off as soon as she hit the ball in the air. She wanted to get to the other end. Krishan was not interested. Mix up. That's what you expect with the lower order batters. Ninth wicket goes down. Both Blazers are 157 for 9. So Ashwat P, the main man in focus from yesterday's contest, is now taking the field. Is walked out to bat at number 10 for Blazers. Wonder why he bats so low down the order. He's played two valuable innings yesterday in the multi-day fixture, and he won the game for his side actually, batting so low down the order. Now, whether there's some strategy involved or that's his natural batting position, we don't know that yet. But he's got some talent with the bat, with the lower order. When he comes low down the order, he gets very very handy. But he's looked so impressive with the bat. I think he should bat a little bit higher up the order. Now then, it's a familiar territory once again for Ashwath. He's been in this situation two times yesterday where his side needed some runs, needed him to stay out in the middle. So now we have the correct scorecard on display. Slightly different color theme. Not sure if people will be very much fond of it. It depends whom you're asking. But I prefer the earlier setup, the earlier version. This looks a little bit plain, but we can do it. We can manage. Not a problem. Last ball of the over. Outside edge played very delicately from Krishan. And it's gone all the way to the boundary for a four. Look at that. There was pure timing and class when he played that shot. There was no pace to work with, but he generated his own pace and he guides the ball to perfection. The over ends well on a high. It's 162 for 9 after 39 overs. So Raghav needs a wicket here. And if you can get Ashwad out, he will be on a roll. Paint Panthers will be on a roll because they struggled big time to get him out yesterday. And that's where they lost the game. He was offering such a fight back that Paint Panthers were caught off guard. But now the defending champions mean business. They really want to register a win against their name. They really want to. This scorecard graphic looks a lot better. You can see the team logos as well. Oh, where has that gone? Will be should be a dead ball. Yes, rightfully called. That ball just slipped out of his hands. Yes, it landed outside the pitch, but it just slipped out of his hands. He was not intentionally trying to bowl that. Good decision from the umpire. Bounces back well, Raghav, after after the previous ball, which slipped out of his hands. Ashwath and Krishan, I think if they can find a way to form a partnership here, a good one, it can take them very close to 230, 240. Ashwath out in the middle. 250 could be a real possibility if he hangs in there. Krisha needs to just find a way to protect his wickets. Oh, that's a terrible ball. It'll be runs, but it will be stopped. Raghav will be a touch disappointed that he's allowed that ball to run away. He's just darted that down the leg side. He did everything right. The thinking was right. He wanted to cram the batter for room, but ends up pushing it too far down the leg side. Easy runs for both Blazers, and I think Paint Panthers need to find a way of dismissing Ashwath, because if he bats for a few more overs, he can take the game away from you. In a 50 over contest, you don't want to be chasing anything above 250. It just becomes above par. Anything above 250, it's generally very difficult at amateur level cricket. Nicely tossed, a very loopy delivery that's been drilled down the ground towards long on. End of the over. Score moves on to 170 for the loss of 9 wickets. End of the second power play as well. 40 overs done, 10 more overs to go. Both Blazers trying to eke out as many runs at this stage of the innings. So Krisha Reddy has been brought back into the attack. He's launched that. He's chipped it in the air. And possibly the first signs of aggression from Ashwath. And that ball was there to be hit. And he did not hesitate one bit. Doesn't matter if his side is 9 down or 1 down. He's going to play his natural game. He's not going to hold back. He's going to go through with the shot and he's going to chance his arms a little bit, and that's what Paint Panthers want. But they got to be careful if they allow Ashwat to gain any sort of momentum. He can really punish you. They won't mind him. I mean, they won't mind it if he plays some shots in the air that can always present some wicket taking opportunities. At the same time, Ashwat has the ability to score aggressively. He can easily switch through the gears, and once he gets his eye in, he becomes a very tough opponent with the bat. Krisha under pressure. Nicely balled, much tighter line, length also very ideal, played back to the bowler. That one's down the leg side, slightly wavered from Krishay, and I think it will make it to the boundary as well. Not sure whether there was any bat on that. Keeper standing up, always going to be a tough chance. We'll take a look at the replay. It's four leg buys, so it will not go against him, but it's turning out to be an expensive over from him. 8 runs conceded already. And this time a top edge and keeper. Oh dear, that was a real opportunity. Ashwath was never in control of that shot, and he presented an opportunity which should have been taken with both arms. He literally gave it to them in a plate. Ashwath, he would have had his heart in his mouth as soon as the ball went up in the air. The keeper might have lost it. He was looking up and down behind him, and by the time he realized the ball had already landed on the ground, I would say half a chance, a tough chance, but definitely there was an opportunity, a real opportunity of ending the innings. Score moves on to 179 for the loss of 9 wickets after 41 overs. So Raghav is into the attack again, last few overs. Things haven't gone his way. He's gone for a few runs. So Raghav will have to find a way to break this partnership. He's one such bowler who can pick up wickets at any stage of the game, and he can get even the best of the business out. He's someone who can break the partnership, and he's got to play a role now because Ashwath can really hurt you a lot lower down the order. Not a very convincing looking drive straight to the fielder. They'll take a single, and I think Board Blazers, correction, Paint Panthers will not mind that. They want to ball to Krishan, who's not looked all that fluent or comfortable, I should say. He's the one who's more circumspect. Mind you, he's the one who's more circumspect in this partnership than Ashwath. Ashwath has played a free flowing knock 10 of 13, striking at almost 90, whereas Krishan is striking at almost 40. So there's a clear gap. There's a clear gap in terms of the intensity. Nicely tossed up straight to the fielder at point. They need wickets now. Good overs are fine, but they need wickets. They really want this innings to end here. They can keep board blazers below 200. They'll be mighty, mighty relieved. Just one run coming off that over. Raghav has completed 5 overs so far. That's the look at the the bowling chart for Paint Panthers. 42 overs done. It's 180 for 6, 180 for 9. So Shravan Biju has been brought back into the attack. He's also been very impressive, but a bit underutilized. Just 2 overs for him. We're in the 43rd over. He's only given away 1 run. He was not used too much with the new ball early on. I think he should have been. He's got such impressive traits as a bowler: high arm action, very straight action, simple rhythmical action, doesn't try to do anything too different. And also his control balls pretty much wicket to wicket. That's what you want to bowl at this stage when you're growing up. You want to get your basics right. Ashwat didn't know much about that ball. He didn't know where the ball was actually as soon as he hit it. But he'll pick up a single. Oh, this one's crammed him up. Don't think Krishan was expecting the ball to be this close to his body. Yeah, I think he got a little bit stuck in his crease and just hanged his bat out to play at the ball. How can both Blazers manufacture a wicket here? In my opinion, they should be bowling consistently to Krishan, because Krishan is someone whom you can keep him quiet. You can keep him quiet, ball a few dot deliveries, build some pressure, put the pressure back on Ashwat, because that would mean that Ashwat will have to take his chances. And when he does take chances, it can always open up an opportunity for you as a fielding side. I think if they consistently keep Krishan on strike and ball majority of the balls to him, a wicket would certainly be in the offing for them. A wicket could be waiting around the corner. Tries to guide it through backward point. Once again misses out. The ball just keeping a little bit low. Shravan Biju has been very economical. Very economical but wicketless. He would want to end with a wicket to his name, a couple of wickets, maybe. Oh, nicely balled. Much better this. A lot straighter at the stumps and watchfully defended by Krishan. 43 done, it's 181 for 9. So New Sunesh had a very expensive start early on. I think the second over he was targeted big time, and that's why he has such expensive figures. He gets a chance to roll his arm once again and possibly break this partnership if he can. We expect Ashwat to take his chances now. 11 of 14, 7 overs to go. He'll try to show a little bit of urgency in the middle. Uses his feet, advances, and brilliant stop by the long off fielder. It was hit with some power. They'll scamper back for the second run and they're trying to push for the third. No, they decide against it. And there's a gesture from the square leg umpire. Was it a short run? Oh, it is a short run indeed. All that hard work just results in a single. That's been slogged away on the leg side. He's not even running. He's just looking at the ball and admiring his shot. That's what he's known for. He's known for playing big shots. He's known for playing an attacking brand of cricket, and that was comfortably swept away over the infield and on the leg side, four all the way. Score moves on to 186 now, and Paint Panthers will have one eye on the score as well. Both Blazers getting themselves close to the 200 run mark. This time he goes past the outside edge. No bat involved. So just a boundary so far for Ashwath. New York Sunesh. Expensive figures, but can he get out of this over? One ball to go. He does, but he'll give away a single, which means Ashwath will be on strike for the next over, and that's what both Blazers want. They want him to take most of the strike. End of the over, 30-run partnership so far between Christian and Ashwath, and Christian didn't have to do a lot of batting yet. 44 done, it's 187 for 9. Shravan Biju will be fancying his chances of picking up this wicket. He likes this matchup, Ashwath versus Shravan. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Two blokes, highly talented, naturally tall as well, as per their age. Chips it in the air. Could this be an opportunity? It looks like it'll land safely. Risky shot, but into the gap for an easy couple of runs. Strike once again back to Ashwath. Goes past the outside edge. Ashwath was beaten on the drive. So some variations in length from Shravan Biju. Last two deliveries ago, he was a lot shorter. The last ball, he just altered his length a little bit, just keeping Ashwath guessing a little bit. They have dismissed him earlier, so they know a thing or two about his weaknesses, about his grey areas. They won't take a run. They decline the run, rightfully so, because Ashwath has to make the most of the remaining 32 legal balls left in this innings. Paint Panthers desperately looking to end this partnership. Driven just back past the bowler. Biju got a hand to it, but they somehow managed to take the single, which means Ashwath will be on strike again. That's the look at the batting card. Lagan, the leading run scorer for Board Blazers in this inning so far. 190 is up, 5 overs to go. It's 190 for 9. Board Blazers. Dot balls for Neog Sunesh, and that's the partnership for you. 33-run partnership, and it was all possible because of one. What has just happened there? We've just seen possibly another wicket just when they were getting a move on. And they lose another one. They still have batting left. They still have Ashwath out in the middle. Can we expect a half century from him? Ashika has finally delivered. She's picked up a wicket. And in comes Aniket. They'll have one more wicket after this one. Lanhavi Goda will be the last batter. Right then. Can Paint Panthers restrict board Blazers? They've only got one wicket after this one. If they ball tightly, then they can keep them down, board Blazers, because their score is looking very good at this stage 209. It will require some chasing, that's for sure. Oh, now that was very, very close to the outside edge of his bat. Aniket didn't look comfortable against that ball. Tried to get inside the line of the ball and just guide it through third. Very risky shot because you can so easily get a feather on it and you can go easily from 209 for 11 to 209 for 12 because there's still overs left. Two more overs after this one. End of a successful over from Ashika. It's 209 for 11 after 48. So Vasudev to ball the penultimate over. So Ashwath on strike. Is he looking for the big shot? Oh, stumping chance missed. Stumping chance missed. There was an opportunity. Vasudev could have easily got to his fourth wicket. More importantly, they could have ended his stay. Ashwath looking very dangerous on 33, looking to use his long levers to good effect. He could have so easily taken him out of the equation, but he's still there. He's out there. What can Vasudev do? Oh, gone! Gone! Gone the next ball. Doesn't matter. If the keeper missed the stumping opportunity, Ashwath has gone the next ball while playing a rash shot. And I think that will be the end of the innings as well. Leaving the field. This should be the end. I don't think Lanhavi will walk out to bat. That will be it. Both Blazers have been bowled out for 209. They've done remarkably well to get past the 200 run mark. Yes, there was a little bit of wobble towards the end. Then Ashwath playing his part. He did what he usually does. Um, Offered some resistance with the bat, 33 of 37, taking the score very close to 210. Target for Pain Panthers is going to be a very modest 210 runs in their allotted 50 overs. We are heading into the lunch interval. This will be lunch as well, I believe. There will be an extended break, and we are hoping to be back in about 30 to 40 minutes' time for the run chase. So, thanks for tuning in and stay connected because we will be right back with more action shortly. So Dwevath also opens his account with a boundary. Gautam Raj Dwevath dealing in boundaries, another one through the offside, just creamed through the offside. Dwevath back to back boundaries for him. He's on fire. He's not worried about the fall of wickets. He just wants to go about his merry business. It was there to be hit, over pitched, hands through the ball, and sweetly caressed along the carpet for a four. Nice looking cover drive, and he's motoring along nicely. However, then Gautam Raj taking the attack to the bowlers. Once again pitched up, but not into the gap. In fact, straight into the hands of the fielder. So two back-to-back boundaries. Asking rate has certainly plummeted, but it has also put Wood Blazers under a bit of pressure. Now then, was that a chance? A stumping chance, genuine chance. Not sure whether we'll have a chance of looking at the replay there. But I guess whoever that certainly dragged his back foot out by a mile. Keeper should have gathered it cleanly, but he didn't. And an opportunity possibly has gone begging. Once again, Aniket floating it up too full. However, not able to get under the bat, under the ball. Correction. Yeah, you can see not able to get under the ball. I was into the block hole. Last ball of the over, and the over ends well. Aniket was hit for two boundaries, but he managed to close this over out without any harm. Five done. It's 26 for two. So Pain Panthers require 184 runs for victory. They're 184 runs away from their target. 45 overs to go. Required run rate, no issues whatsoever, as you can see on your screen, 4.09. They've got ample time left, ample deliveries to play with. Anup to continue. He was successful in his previous over. What can he produce now? Starts off with a very full delivery down the leg side, which was clipped away comfortably for a single. Some field changes, as Dwevat is a left-hander, so you can't have more than five fielders on the leg side, as per tournament rules, as per the laws of the game. He'll be called for a no ball. So fielding team making the necessary adjustments there. Very tentative, Dwevat there. His feet didn't go anywhere. He was just poking with his bat, and that's the kind of shot which can get you out on a surface like this, which has some assistance for the bowlers. Ball can move around a little bit. It's a new ball, remember. White ball, green seam, hard. And Anu must be landing the ball on the seam. And this time he just gets his length wrong. And it was comfortably hammered away by Dwevat on the back foot. Just gets inside the line of the ball. And he just dispatches it away to the boundary for a four. So run rate very healthy, almost going at 6 runs per over. Despite the loss of two wickets, they're trying to recover, and Dwevat has hit his third boundary. So whatever he touches goes to fence. Whatever he touches finds the ropes. So he is constantly hitting boundaries, pressure on the bowling side. This time it was there to be hit, but he missed it. Should have been put away. Dwevith is in such fine form. There was a lot of room on offer. He could have just guided that one away. Could have been more runs. 179 needed in 266 balls. Long way to go. A lot of runs to play with. Wickets. They need to keep wickets in hand, and they've got to play the long waiting game. Last ball of the over coming up. Goes for the wide Yorker, and whoever tries to squeeze it through backward point can't find the gap. End of the over. Six done. It's 31 for two. So Aniket comes into the attack with 6 overs into the run chase. And that's been hammered down the ground just over the bowler's head and just beyond the reach of the fielder at mid off. Boundary to start the over, pressure on Aniket. And Paint Panthers are just trying to up the tempo and put pressure on board Blazers. They're just trying to transfer all that pressure back on board Blazers. Some work to be done by the board Blazers skipper, and he needs to find a way to restrict the flow of runs. At the moment, it's getting incredibly easy for Paint Panthers. They're going at 6 runs per over. They're certainly not behind the 8 ball, and they've got wickets in hand. Target not a very big one, 210, but it's the middle phase. How well the two teams perform in the middle phase and how will they cope with the pressure during the middle phase. The longer format tests these skills, and this is where as a player you need to show good temperament. That's why longer format is not anyone's cup of tea, especially at this level, under 13, under 12. You know, you're asking for a lot. It can be a very demanding format, and that's been nicely timed down the ground. A gorgeous looking on drive back past the bowler once again, and the timing was sensational. As soon as the ball left the bat, it just raced away to the boundary. The long on was a little straighter, but he had very little time to even get his fingertips on it. That's how well Gautam Raj was able to time it. Boy, he's looking good. Gautam Raj, Dwevith have hit a flurry of boundaries that have put a lot of pressure on board Blazers. All of a sudden, you see the scoring rate has just jumped up. They're showing incredible amount of urgency in their scoring, and that has just got Paint Panthers correction. That has just got board Blazers off guard. They need to find a way to ball a few dot deliveries, keep the run flow down, keep the two batters quiet for a bit. They need to ball a few quiet overs just to get some momentum back. Once again, this has been thumped down the ground and back past the bowler. All three boundaries coming straight down the ground. A very expensive over from Aniket comes to an end. But a very healthy one, mind you, for Paint Panthers. They're certainly motoring along nicely. After 7 overs, they're 43 for 2. So 7 overs done, 43 is the score. And Paint Panthers recovering in good time. Look at the scoring rate. They're scoring at more than 6 now. They're getting ahead of the asking rate. Far too ahead of the asking rate, I would say. Both Blazers will need to find a way to break this partnership, pick up few wickets in cluster to put the pressure back on both Blazers. Oh, awkward bounce there. That one just climbing onto him. Dwyworth was a little surprised by that extra bounce, but he did well to negotiate it on the back foot. The surface has offered a bit of variable bounce at times. We've never seen ball jump up in such a fashion. This one slightly keeping low. So, as a batter, you're doing all the guesswork, and once you start seeing deliveries bouncing up and low, it just starts creating doubts in your mind, and that's when you either win or lose the game as a batter. So Dwyworth needs to ensure that he does not lose that battle. Yes, pitch will play a few tricks, but he's got to have a very clear mind. Now there's a appeal. They're asking the question, but they're running hard. They've taken the first run, and they're coming back for the second. Leg by signal. It's off the pad, thigh pad, I reckon, and that's the partnership going at a steady rate. 31 of 24 balls also came at a very quick time. Oh, leading edge over the bowler's head, safe, just safe. Now, for a moment, Dwevath would have had his heart in his mouth as soon as the ball went up in the air. Fortunately, he didn't time it too well, otherwise, it would have comfortably gone into the breadbasket of the fielder there at long off. That's been flicked away on the leg side. Should be another boundary. Another big over for Paint Panthers. They are moving along very nicely, scoring at more than 6 runs per over. And after 8, Paint Panthers find themselves comfortably placed at 49 for 2. So change of bowling for both Blazers. Ashwath comes into the attack for the first time. We all know what he is capable of with the bat lower down the order. Time to showcase his bowling skills and straight away, right on the money, getting the ball to spin away. That's exactly the type of ball you want to bowl as a spinner. Good to see youngster looking to spin the ball. On that occasion, getting it marginally straight. This time just drags his length a little bit short, but Gautam Raj is easily able to put that one away. A half tracker from Ashwad got his line and length horribly wrong, and that ball just sits up nicely. He had ample time to find his gap and place it accordingly. Another boundary in this over. So Paint Panthers are consistently hitting boundaries every over. They're able to find at least 1 4. So headache for both Blazers captain. How does he restrict the flow of runs? Because at the moment, Gautam Raj and Dhwavad, they're striking at more than 100 and they're running away with the game. They are actually running away with the game because run rate not an issue at all. That's another boundary. We didn't get a clear visual of that because of the inconvenient camera angle. But he's got a 4. And runs are being leaked. So some worry for both Blazers. They're not able to put a lid on the scoring rate. They're not able to contain the flow of boundaries, which is happening at an alarming rate. Left alone, a rare dot ball, and a sigh of relief for Ashwath and for his side. 9 overs done, it's 57 for 2. So Aniket is introduced into the attack. Once again, he's bowled 4 overs, slightly expensive figures. He's given away 26 runs, very expensive, especially when you're not defending a big score, just a little over 200. You have to defend in 50 overs. Oh, there's an appeal. They're asking the question, and the umpire just indicating that the ball would have probably drifted down leg. Looks like there's no ball. It's been a no ball. We don't know that. And now Dwaywood has advanced, but he can't pierce the gap through the offside field, a very packed offside field. It was a no ball. We didn't notice that, but free hit delivery, not hurting Pain Panthers, not hurting Board Blazers a great deal. Slightly on the shorter side, pulled away on the leg side. Chase is on. Will he get there? No, the ball wins the race. A boundary. This time behind square on the leg side. Look at the placement. There was no one at backward square leg. Lots of vacant spaces on the leg side. Timing was nice. The outfield is generally on the slower side here at Sports Garden, and he had to time the ball nicely. There was no power whatsoever. It was all about picking the length early, and getting into an ideal position to play the pull shot. Once again on the shorter side, he has a go. He has a go, but he misses out. Tried to flash hard outside off stump. It was there. It was certainly there in his hitting arc, but he just couldn't put bat on ball. And this time he just watchfully defends it back to the bowler. So after that boundary, Aniket stringing together a flurry of dot deliveries to put the pressure back on Dwavat somewhat. Now he overpitches slightly. Dwavat just taps it away for an easy single. Look at the scoring rate. They're going at over 6. Partnership also. The two have added 49 runs. They're nearing 50 run stand. What a brilliant partnership it has been. It has got Pain Panthers right back on track and possibly on the course of a sensational win. Remember, both Blazers are leading the race. They emerged victorious in the 2 day contest. They're the winners of that game. Now they need to win this one. 10 overs done, it's 63 for 2. 10 overs done, and Aswat has been given another over. It was expensive in his first one. Ball just smashing into the pads. A very polite inquiry from Ashwath. Was never going to get the LBW decision in his favor from this angle. The ball was never going to hit the stumps, anyways. But a good start to this over, nevertheless. And then, after bowling a good delivery, he gets his radar horribly wrong. 50 run partnership with that wide, 50 run partnership in 40 balls. So, partnership going from strength to strength, and they are moving at a very good rate. And this is a good recovery, good little passage for Paint Panthers. After being two down early, they lost 2 wickets in quick succession. They needed to restore some momentum, get a little bit of flow, which we're now starting to see. Dwayvat and Gautam Raj have settled well into their stride. And they're timing the ball nicely, they're knocking it around, and they're just playing sensible cricket, and that's what you need to know. You need to do. If the asking rate is under 4, you don't have to take risks. You don't have to give opportunities to the fielding side. It's all about playing sensible cricket, playing the long game, backing your technical skills. Now that's a long hop. Has he connected well? He has. Over backward square leg. A terrible delivery from Ashwath. He's been a little bit expensive, little bit all over the place with the ball, I must say. He impressed me a lot with the bat, but I can't say the same with the ball. He's just been a little bit erratic, and Wewath pouncing on it quite nicely and punishing him for a boundary. Nicely tossed up, but driven straight to the fielder at cover. Now, can Ashwath Kumar get out of this over? He's given away 5 runs in 5 balls. A dot will be much better. It will be an ideal result for him. Wicket even better. Then he'll thank his stars. Oh, nearly got one. An inside edge. Dhavat didn't know much about that. 6 runs coming off that over. 11 done. It's 69 for 2. Aniket into the attack. Punched off the back foot. But straight to the fielder. Straight to the bowler this time. Can't find the gap. Two dot deliveries to start with. Aniket has been on the expensive side, just like Ashwath. So two expensive bowlers for both Blazers in the park, and that's where they need to work on and try to be more efficient as a fielding unit, as a bowling unit. Score moves on to 70 with that wide. Should be another wide, I reckon. No, gets away with it. A dot ball. Punched off the back foot, but once again fails to get his placement right. Finds the fielder. And four dot deliveries in this over. However, has not been able to find the gap. We've seen him easily find the gaps without even breaking a sweat. But now he's had to work hard, really really hard, and he's just hitting it. He's just hitting it straight to the fielders. I get a feeling a little bit of frustration might just creep in. As the last ball of the over slapped, and that's into the gap. A loopy full toss, and Aniket was bowling so well, and he just gets his length wrong. And Dwight is too good to miss out on that. Ends the over on a high. It's 74 for 2 after 12. Ashwath given yet another over. He's not been able to hit the straps right. He starts this over well with a dot ball. Cut away this time, but straight to the fielder. Now, Ashwath, can he string together a few dot deliveries? Try to put pressure on Gautam Raj, make him do something out of the ordinary, something which he hasn't done earlier as a batter. Gets his line fractionally wrong and some football skills in the deep. Does well to stop it. And well, what has happened there? Has he stepped onto the stumps? Have we seen the first hit wicket of the competition? Oh, looks like he's bored. I didn't notice that. My word. Well, that's a massive wicket for Ashwat and for Paint Panthers. We didn't realize that the ball had dislodged the stumps. And that's the end of the partnership, end of a very fine innings from Gautam Raj, who departs for a 19 ball 25. Players are having drinks on the field, and Paint Panthers have just been jolted again. They're 74 for 3 after 12.3. So Agni Tej is out in the middle, and both Blazers have just gotten back into this contest. And this could be close. Oh, Ashwath Kumar on a roll. He gets two and two. Agnitej comes and Agnitej goes. And Pain Panthers, they slip big time from 74 for 2 to 74 for 4. He was trapped on the back foot there. The ball would have gone on to crash onto the stumps, and the game has now come alive here at Sports Garden. Paint Panthers have been rocked. Another double setback. They got a similar sort of double setback earlier in their innings and then they recovered well. Can we expect another slow recovery phase from Paint Panthers after this setback? We'll have to wait and see, but at the moment, both Blazers well on top. Replays are being played from 2 or 3 overs ago. Lots of different visuals being shown. Looks like the operator is trying to find the right angle. Maybe the operator is looking for something because they're just going through the past footage. I wonder they're looking for some past replays, and clearly this should have been done offline. But viewers are able to get a glimpse of how the operators work. It's a very tiring job, keeps you occupied all the time. And that's the wicket. That's the replay, which they were trying to show. That's the replay the cameramen were trying to show us. And he got it right. Ashwath was bang on target. That was going to go and crash into the stumps. Right then. So hat trick ball has been survived. Hat trick ball survived by Aryan. And oh, did that touch the bat? That's the question. A very successful over from Ashwath. He has just turned the game on its head, a habit which he is known for. 13 done in 75 for 4. So finally, there's some life. The game has become an open contest for both sides, both Blazers and Paint Panthers. Paint Panthers looking for the first win, looking to bounce back from their disappointing defeat yesterday in a multi-day fixture, test match, 2-day test match. They thought they had a good target, they had a reliable target on board, but both Blazers just proved them wrong. Just told them that whatever you have is just not enough. And now they find themselves once again in a tricky situation, 135 runs away from victory. Still a long way to go. Remember, you've got wickets in hand. They've got, I think, 8 or 9 wickets in hand. So that's a bonus. That's an advantage. It just gives them a bit of a head start. But they must not lose momentum. Dwevat looking good on 32. He must carry on. He must kick on. Aniket into the attack once again. And an outside edge. Ball just goes straight to the fielder at backward point. Nicely punched on the back foot straight to extra cover. Driven straight to the bowler this time. Another dot ball. Pressure slightly building on Dwevat. He's not been able to effortlessly rotate the strike in the past 2 overs. We've seen him struggle somewhat, maybe because of the surface. This time he deploys the sweep shot. He's not even running because I think he's found the gap. I mean, he's played that shot with so much authority. He knew it straight away as soon as he got into position. That's the way to play the sweep shot. Just get a good stride in, head and hand over the ball, and just keep the ball along the ground. Very safe looking shot as well. Good way to tackle spin. That way, you don't allow the ball to spin too much, and that helps you tackle the bowlers, the threat, effectively as a batter. I think we are going to witness a bit of a thriller here. 131 needed, 217 balls left, 4 down. Pain Panthers, the defending champions, on the back foot. We are expecting a strong fight back from them, and I think the game will have a very close finish. We'll have to wait and see. 14 done, it's 79 for 4. So Soumya Tripathi, has got the ball in her hand. She's a very crafty leg spinner. She was getting the ball to talk. She was extracting a lot of purchase off the pitch yesterday in the 2 day game. So she's a very skillful operator with the ball, gets the ball to turn, gets the ball to land in the right areas consistently at this age. And she's got a slip and a silly mid off kind of a fielder placed. So, very attacking field. And she starts off well, right on the money. Full and at the stumps. Little bit of flight as well. That's where you want to be as a bowler. Hit your mark, get it right first up, and it just releases all the pressure which you have before you bowl your first ball of the match. There's always that element of uneasiness as a bowler when you build up to bowling your first over of the match. But Som Metrapati has got it right so far. Tidy start from her. Two dot balls. She's getting it to pitch full. Line also pretty good. Slightly wider outside off stump. Once again, a very good line and a textbook defensive shot from Aryan gets on top of the bounce, keeps it along the surface on the ground. That's the way to play a defensive shot. A textbook front foot defensive shot. Head and eyes over the ball, front foot slightly bent. These are certain principles which you need to adhere to. Oh, now what has happened there? That fielder looked to be in some pain. The fielder at point, and he did some damage to his fingers while stopping the ball. It should not be very severe. Player is not showing any urgency, and rightfully so. Now she gets it wrong. How high is the ball? It seemed like a very high full toss. Is it high enough? Not. Oh, in fact, yes, high enough for a no ball. And Aryan has the license to go big. He gets a freebie now. Can he connect? He tries to inside edge, but he can't get off strike. That was his opportunity. That was his chance to really put the bowler under pressure and make a statement. He's not off the mark. He could have easily opened his account with a boundary. He had nothing to lose, but is still unbeaten on not, and he's yet to get off the mark even after facing 9 balls. Final ball of the over coming up. Somi has looked good. Apart from that no ball, she's been very, very tidy. Gives away 1 run in her first over, 15 done. It's 80 for 4. So Shashank Reddy out in the middle. He's got the ball in his hand. Right arm off spin from round the wicket. First ball of his spell starts off well. A dot ball. Oh, he's put a difficult chance down. He's put Dwevath down. That ball was traveling. And I don't think Dwevath had timed that too well. He didn't get the elevation. And he would have certainly been fearing for his life there. That should have been taken. A difficult chance goes begging. Could have been 80 for 5. Panthers looking very tentative at this stage. Now there's an appeal, shake of the head from the umpire. Impact could have possibly saved Dwevath once again. He is living dangerously. So the scoring rate has come down to 5.1. It was well above 6, but lost a few wickets quickly, and that has basically got their scoring rate down to 5.1. They were going at 6.3, so that's a considerable drop. And now an inside edge, inside edge. Runs have been hard to come by, but they'll take whatever way the runs come as long as they come. A fortunate inside edge. Very lucky that it didn't go on to hit the stumps. Now direct hit from Somya. Wow, she's got an accurate throw, very accurate throw, and a good arm. She was several yards out when she attempted that throw. So good work there on the field by Somya. Good with the ball, good on the field, very athletic and accurate as well, especially when it comes to having a shy at the stumps. And whoever deploys the sweep shot, has he found the gap? He has. He exactly knew where the gap was. There was no one protecting that side of the boundary. He picked his spot perfectly there. Let's have a look. Just gets inside the line of the ball, kept his eyes on the ball, gets low on his knees, and just comfortably tucks it away behind square on the leg side. There was a fielder at square leg, but he was more squarer and he was not able to get around in quick time. 16 done, it's 86 for 4. So that's the equation. 124 needed of 204 balls. Asking rate, never an issue. It's the wickets. How well do they keep their wickets column quiet and ensure they don't sustain too much damage before they get to the target? Slightly over pitch that's been driven down the ground. It's Somya, but the scorer has got the incorrect bowler on. Yeah, they've got the correct one now. Plays it off the back foot. I think that double blow from Ashwat has just really opened this game up. Panthers were going along nicely, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, they lose two. And now they were forced to send Aryan out, who's holding one end. He's not scoring. That problem. Soumya bowling brilliantly. She's in the middle of a very fine spell. Five dot balls on the trot. Left alone this time. And a maiden over for Soumya. 17 done. It's 86 for 4. So 86 for 4, Dwevath approaching his personal milestone, 8 runs away from his 50. What an effort with the bat, especially when the chips were down, wickets were falling around him. He has shown great composure and great temperament with the bat. But his job is only half done. Chips it in the air, chance possibly. Oh, just drifts away from the fielder at forward point. Dwayworth gave a chance, possibly half a chance, but first false shot, which I think Dwayworth has played. Never seen him play a shot like that so far. And pressure is starting to mount on him as well. Aryan needs to get going. Aryan needs to really open his account. He's faced 15 balls. He hasn't scored a run. You can't put too much pressure on your team. If you don't, if you use up deliveries and don't score enough, you're putting a lot of pressure on your team. Plays it off the back foot. So Aryan, happy to block it out, is not willing to take any risks or get out of his comfort zone. But I think he has to. Otherwise, he's putting a lot of pressure on Dwight because he's had to do bulk of the scoring. He's had to go after the bowling for the most part, and there's always an element of risk involved when he does that. That's the last ball for you. Looked like a good shout, in my opinion. Now, where did it pitch and where did it hit him? It's hard to tell from this angle, but looked pretty straight. There's several other factors which might have to be taken into consideration. But we're done with that over. 18 done. It's 87 for four. He gets it wrong. Arjun GV is introduced into the attack for the first time, and that's what they need to be mindful of because they don't have enough runs to play with. Paint Panthers are getting themselves close. Whoever is out there in the middle, and when he's out there, the scoring rate has been on the healthier side. They didn't have to worry about the scoring rate, Paint Panthers. Yes, they'll have a lot to worry about when Dwayworth is removed because Aryan has not scored a single run, no run off his bat at all. Now that will be another wide through the offside. That's been punched off the back foot, but can't find the gap. Excellent piece of fielding inside the inner ring. Once again, played in the similar direction, but this time he finds the gap. Work to be done by the fielder, but the ball wins the race. Good tumbling effort, but to no avail. Boundary for Dwevath. takes him to 47, 3 runs away from his personal milestone. And he's certainly revived this innings, this run chase, and he's held Paint Panthers together so far. And even in this partnership, he's done all the batting himself. Aryan has just walked out there, faced 20 balls, and he's not been able to open his account. So Dwevat has been doing all the scoring for Paint Panthers. Now a leading edge, the ball pops up in the air, falls short of the bowler. An opportunity created once again. Good little comeback from Arjun GV. Gives us reminders of Abrar Ahmed with the glasses on. We'll have some mystery about him. Now that's been swept away quite nicely and straight into the hands of the fielder, Soumya. And end of another good over for Paint Panthers. 19 done. Panthers are 94 for 4. So Lagan Ganaya, who's had to play a role with the bat earlier in the day, has got the ball in his hand and he'll be bowling the 20th over of the run chase. Now we are entering a very crucial passage of the run chase. 116 is what Paint Panthers require in 186 balls. They're well ahead the DLS power score, which is 102. No threat of rain in the air. So we are good on that front. We're secured. Now he's wrapped on the pads. Question being asked by Lagan straight away. Not out is the verdict. Let's have a look at the replay from behind the batter. Where did it pitch? Might have just pitched outside leg. He was undone by the pace and possibly the bounce of the ball there, Dwevat, catching him off guard. He's faced 56 deliveries and what a contribution, 48 not out. And Aryan at the other end has not been scoring at all. So he's taken it on himself, really. Now flicks it away on the leg side, moves to 49. Squeezed it, but once again straight to the fielder, not able to find the gaps. Aryan, that has been a bit of a concern really for him. He's been there forever, 21 balls faced, and has not opened his account. What's the longest a batter took to get off the mark? That's an interesting question in international cricket. I think now he has opened his account with a 4. Would you believe it? Aryan, after facing 22 balls, has finally been able to get his innings underway. This is how he got his innings underway. A late cut towards third man. He allowed the ball to come onto the bat, and look at the way he opened the face of the bat. It was so good to see, so refreshing. And the score moves on to 99. So finally, some respite for Aryan. And Paint Panthers will certainly feel better that Aryan is also amongst the runs now. And that has brought down the deficit to 111. 111 runs needed. The target well in sight. Wickets in hand. Now he leaves it alone, but the keeper fumbles, which is allowed Aryan to sneak a bye. And the 100 is up with that bye. And that brings Dwebat on strike, and he'll have one ball to face in this over, one run to get to his 50. It's been solid recovery from Paint Panthers, especially Dwebat. Oh, shy at the stumps, but way off target. End of the over. It's 100 for 4 after 20. We'll wait for the scorers to update the score. It should reflect in a moment. Looks like players might just pause for drinks. Yes, we will. We'll pause for drinks and we'll be back again in just a few minutes' time. Right, we are back after drinks. Arjun GV is into the attack once again, starts off with a wide after drinks, plays it on the back foot. Oh, clean him up. What a beauty from Arjun GV. Aryan had absolutely no clue. He was totally deceived, bamboozled on the back foot. Was trying to play it off the back foot. He didn't read him. The ball might have just bounced a bit. He totally misjudged the trajectory of the ball, and the fifth wicket goes down. Aryan has been dismissed. It's 101 for 5. So wicket now brings Neog Sunesh out in the middle. And this is a very tricky little period for Paint Panthers. Ashwath has been introduced into the attack, hoping to get a wicket. Hoping to get a wicket, but he's conceded a boundary and now a single. Just 40 runs needed. So Paint Panthers are bridging the gap. Oh, what has he done there? Terrible, terrible luck. He has just played it onto his stumps. He was trying to guide it fine, gave himself so much room, exposed all three stumps in the process, and the ball ricocheting off the outside edge and into the stumps. 8 down now. Paint Panthers are 170 for 8. 40 needed in 92 balls. This game has become very, very interesting. And that wicket has certainly added a new twist to this run chase. Paint Panthers, are they on the brink of defeat? You never know. This game has twisted and turned so many times. We're not done yet. But this next few overs, it's really going to test the two sides. So that wicket has certainly given both Blazers a life. Ashwath picking up a wicket. He's been expensive. He's giving away runs, but he's also picking up a wicket. He's picking up wickets. The third one for him today. End of the over. And 35 done. Game on a knife edge. It's 171 for 8. So Aniket comes into the attack. That's been cut away, but straight to the fielder. So both Blazers will be looking to apply some pressure a little bit. They've got Paint Panthers 8 down. Has he driven it? Yes, he's driven it down the ground. I think Paint Panthers need to realize the game is very close. They'll have to consistently rotate the strike. He swept that away, but again, straight to the fielder. Now, has he got any bat on it? No. Another quiet over ticks by. Krishay Reddy and Nyog just trying to take this game deep, trying to bat out as many overs as they can. It's 172 for 8. Somya into the attack. They really need to pick up more wickets here. Only way they can win from here, both Blazers, is by picking up wickets. Just pushes hard at that one. Ball just momentarily bouncing a little bit in the air. Game has got so close now. It's turning out to be such a close contest. Really, it's at a very critical juncture. 38 of 82, you would say batting team has advantage, but what if I tell you they just have 3 or 4 wickets left? It just makes the game so thrilling. Look at that. For backup, all three fielders spring into action. Looks like they received a little bit of tap from their coach for not maintaining impressive fielding standards. Defended back to the bowler on that occasion. Tries to guide it through backward point. Just went a little too hard on that one. Can't find the gap there. Just taking a little bit longer. The scoring rate has taken a back seat. They're taking the time. Even this partnership, 3 of 13 balls. So they're just playing the long waiting game. Has he taken it? Is that a wicket? No. Survives, but only just. End of the over, 37 done. It's 173 for 8. So Shashank Reddy into the attack. Asking rate, not a lot. 37 of 77. New York Sunesh has just slowed down his innings. He had to slow his innings down because wickets had been falling at the other end. But he has to get himself out of this hole. Appeal for a stumping, but no real excitement from the fielders. Second last ball of the over, and the catch has been taken. I think he tried to hit the ball in the air. Some excitement. It felt like as though he was caught at extra cover. All of a sudden, there was a lot of excitement, as if to indicate that there was a wicket. Now, is that a wicket? No. So a lot happening. The boy is just showcasing some energy, showing some spark on the field. Nervy moment, nervy moments rather for both sides. It's 173 for 8 after 38. So Somya is into the attack. Can she find a wicket here? If she can get a wicket now, then Pain Panthers will be in serious trouble. Plays it off the back foot, guides it late. Low full toss that's been whipped away on the leg side, but straight to square leg. Frustrating. Very frustrating. Opens the face of the bat again. And straight to the fielder. That's been cut away through point. Will just be a single. That's been pulled away slightly aerial. Fielder will cut it off. And finally, a run after several deliveries. It's been a quiet phase, not much happening with the bat for Paint Panthers. They're soaking in all the pressure. They're doing it in singles and doubles at the moment. So this is where we stand after 39 overs. It's 174 for 8. Paint Panthers require 36 more runs. Board Blazers, for them, it's very simple. They have to pick up the remaining wickets as quickly as possible. Oh, it just bounced off his hands there. And dot balls piling up. You can see the difference between runs and balls narrowing. So they'll have to keep an eye on that. Krish Reddy not able to get off the mark. I mean, he has been able to get off the mark, but he's not been able to rotate the strike with a lot of freedom. But that boundary will make him feel better. It will also bring down the deficit to 32. Just 32 more runs needed. They needed that boundary. Krisha needed that boundary to settle the nerves and to ease the pressure in the dugout because he had faced a lot of dot balls. He has chewed a lot of dot deliveries, 5 of 17. He's lacked a lot of impetus and momentum in this run chase. His bat has been quiet, very quiet. But now, after that boundary, he's timing the ball beautifully. Back to back boundaries for Krisha Reddy. One through the offside, another one through square leg on the leg side. And the dugout, Paint Panthers, are on their feet. Two back to back boundaries, and all of a sudden, deficit down to 28 now. And the target looking well and truly in reach for Paint Panthers. An inside edge, maybe, but they don't take a run. So 40 overs done. We are into the final power play. 182 for 8 is the score. This is where Paint Panthers stand after 40 overs. Just 28 runs is what separates them from a victory, from a win. Low full toss, he drives, he's found the gap, it's 4. Paint Panthers are now running away with this game. They're knocking off the runs, just 24 needed. Neog Sunesh jumping into the act and putting this through covers for a 4. Nicely bowled on the front foot, well defended. Just a gentle push towards cover. And I think they've got this game under control. 24 needed. These boundaries, sudden flurry of boundaries, have helped Paint Panthers bridge the gap. Picks the length early, pulled away on the leg side. So 41 done. It's 187 for 8. Paint Panthers require 23 runs. You just never know which way the game could swing. Both Blazers need, I think, 3 more wickets, 3 or 4 more wickets. This is getting close. We're in for a very close finish. If a wicket falls, you just never know. Now, Shashank Reddy, the last throw of the dice from both Blazers skipper. He's been wicketless so far. They need wickets from him. He was asking rate, not an issue. Once again, can't find the gap. It's once again straight to the fielder. The strike rotation has been a bit of a struggle for Neo Sunesh at times. He's been guilty of hitting the ball multiple times to the same fielder in an over. Now an outside edge, once again finding the fielder. Had it been few yards left or right, few extra yards left or right, that would have made it to the boundary. Now he goes down the ground, chips it in the air, but long on will be able to cut it off. One ball to face for Krisher Reddy. He's been a little bit sluggish with his scoring. 9 of 20 striking at less than 50. He's got some catching up to do. Pain Panthers very close to the finishing line, but they're not there yet. He sweeps. Does he find the gap? Yes, it's into the gap, but I don't think there's enough momentum. It will be cut off. Will they come back for the second? Yes, they do. Tight running between the wickets. And that will be the end of the over. 20 needed now. 20 more runs needed for victory. There's 20 more needed. And Arjun GV drags his length too short. Work for long on. And he comes around and puts the dive in. Keeps it down to a single. Oh, brilliant. Arjun GV, he knows there's not a lot of runs left, but he's happy to throw himself around in the field, gets a small little appreciation from his teammates. There is an appeal. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Arjun GV with a very vital breakthrough. And that's a very, very soft dismissal. Let's have a look. Beautiful delivery. Nothing wrong with the ball. Perfect length, perfect line. He tried to play it late, and all he could do was nick it to the keeper behind the stump. His finger went up in an instant. He knew he was in trouble, and the ninth wicket goes down. Once again, the game tilts in the favor of both Blazers. We are in for a close finish. 19 needed Pain Panthers. They probably have two or three more wickets left in the bank. Oh boy, pressure, pressure, pressure. New batter in, Mayank. 19 needed. Which way is this game heading? It's going to get very, very tight, and every run, I think Paint Panthers will have to work hard for every single run from here on. 19 runs is what separates them from a victory. It'll be a real battle for them. They won't be able to find the gaps easily, and boundary hitting is a risky option. Low full toss, driven but straight to extra cover. End of the over. 43 done. It's 191 for 9. So Lagan into the attack and straight away on target. He needs to pick up a wicket slightly on the higher side, the economy rate. We can pick up a wicket now, and then really he will take board Blazers one step closer to victory. I mean, three more wickets left. The game can swing any which way, and that will help. Wide, 18 needed. Has he found the gap there? Looks like he hasn't. Nicely driven down the ground, long off is in place. Will just be a single. Paint Panthers need to realize there's plenty of time left still in this run chase. They need to get at least 3 runs every over. At least three runs every over. From here on, it'll take them over the line. Opens the face of the bat. Does he find the gap? No, straight to the fielder. Sent back. That's been another problem for them. They've been just hitting the ball straight to the fielders. Plays it with soft hands and straight to the fielder once again. Just gets a little bit squared up while working that one away on the leg side. Another quiet over ticks by. It's 193 for 9 after 44. Arun GV back into the attack. He delivered a very important breakthrough in his last over. These are his figures: economy rate of 2.84, plenty of dot balls in his spell. He's been a tricky customer, and the moment the asking rate is gradually beginning to climb up because Paint Panthers are not getting 3 runs every over. They're getting 1 or 2 runs. They need at least 3 to 4 runs every over. Otherwise, the asking rate will just cross 6, and they cannot afford that to happen. Cutaway is not quite found the gap, and they've taken a run there. They're appealing. They're asking the question. Keeper not interested, not happy with the verdict from the umpire, but he's got to live with it. So this is getting really close. Paint Panthers need to realize that they're running out of deliveries. We're down to the last 4 overs of this run chase. 15 is needed, 15 runs needed. The scoring rate has slowed down considerably and they've lost wickets as well. Neog Sunesh needs to get a move on now. His side needs a move on in this over. You need to get at least 5 runs in this over. He swings. But he finds the fielder once again. Neog Sunesh. His innings has slowed down. He's just sort of fallen apart a little bit as his innings unfolded. He's just sort of slowed down. 46 of 83. At one stage, he was hitting boundaries for fun, and now it's been a struggle. Once again, not really timing his pull shot well, but they'll take a single. There's an appeal, but no response from the umpire, and quick throw. We'll take a look at the replay. That's the wicket. Faint edge behind the keeper. Has a wild swing across the line, not getting it out of the middle of the bat. They have stolen another run. They realize they need to run hard. Floated delivery. Does he find the gap? No. Straight to the fielder. End of the over. Last 3 overs left. 12 runs needed. The score moves on to 198. We are in for another tense finish. Now, will they show some urgency, Paint Panthers? They're taking this game deep. Possibly we'll see a final over finish. But Neog Sunesh really has to get this job done as quickly as possible. They've just dragged this game very deep. So Anup into the attack. If we can pick up a wicket now, we can just end this run chase here. Just 2 wickets away from capitulating. Paint Panthers swing and a miss. Dot to start off. Every dot ball will now build pressure on Paint Panthers. They need to realize they just have 17 balls. They need to score 12 runs. They've not been scoring aggressively enough, not at the rate which we had initially anticipated. Tries to reach out for it. Another dot ball. Neog Sunesh just not able to get his timing right. He's faced 87 balls. It's been a struggle for him. He's not been able to find the gaps. He's been hitting it straight to the fielder every now and then. Will that be called a wide? Yes, this time it will be a wide. So that will release some pressure from Paint Panthers. Score moves on to 199 with that extra run. Just 11 runs needed. Couple of boundaries here and there, and you're just nearly there. This time he connects, but straight to the fielder. Oh, he was going for the direct hit. You see, the fielders are very tight inside the inner ring. They're not giving away those easy runs. We're seeing some quality cricket from both sides in these dying moments of this one-day match in the debut preseason 2026 tournament. Both teams ready to take this game deep, as deep as they can. But New York has to start playing some shots. Really has to. Now that was an outside edge. Brilliant stop. That ball was certainly traveling towards the boundary. And now they have scampered back for a couple of runs. 9 needed of 14. And that's the shot he played. It's from the bowler's angle. And that's the replay. That's the last wicket. Not sure why the operator is playing this clip right now. I think they've also had a long day. They also want to get it over with. But how the kids play in the middle, it's not in our hands. It's destiny is not in our hands. Destiny is in their hands now. The destiny of this game is in Neog's hand, who's just got to his 50 after picking up that couple. Now he's got to really press the foot on the accelerator and finish this run chase off. Good looking shot into the gap. That's what he's struggled with throughout the day. He's not been able to hit the ball consistently in the gap. He'll take a single, just 8 needed now in 13 balls. Oh, what a catch! Would you believe it? Unreal stuff. Anu bends this over with a wicket, and we have another twist in this run chase. Paint Panthers were looking good for a close finish, but this wicket has once again opened the door for both Blazers. They just need one wicket now. 2 overs left, 8 runs needed, and just one wicket now. Both Blazers have been consistently picking up wickets and they are getting rewarded for their disciplined bowling. So that wicket just makes the equation a little tricky. Now Ashika walks out to the middle. Just 8 runs needed. Not a lot of pressure. Not a lot of runs. Victory is well within sight. Both teams have one shot. Both teams have victory in sight, and they're not far away from closing this out. Ashwat Kumar, and he's got the ball in his hand, and Neog is taking his chances. I think he's put it down, I guess. Not sure. It's hard to tell from that angle what's going on. There's some confusion in the middle. In fact, it's a boundary. Neog, finally, he is jumping onto the act and is showing some urgency, taking some risks because he really has to. Just one wicket away from totally capitulating. And you've got 4 runs in the bank. 11 balls to go. Might as well want to finish this game now in this over. This game has twisted and turned God knows how many times, and we still don't know which team is going to get over the line. 1 wicket away. Both Blazers, they need 1 wicket for victory. Keeping the run flow down won't help. They need a wicket. The Paint Panthers, on the other hand, they need to avoid two back-to-back defeats. Will they be able to do it? Ball turning away from Neog. Neog has to hit the winning runs. Can he do it? 4 of 9. He should see it in a different way. 4 of 3. Let's not take this game to the last over. They've got to finish this game in this over alone with Neog on strike. It's it straight to the field. Pressure building after that boundary. He'll take a single. So 3 needed of 7. I think we are in for a final over finish. And New York just would have told Ashika to play it out. And in fact, even score if she can. Can she hit the winning runs? Oh, she has! She has Ashika, unlikely hero for Paint Panthers. She gets Paint Panthers over the line by a very, very small margin with 1 wicket to spare. They just had one over up their sleeve, 1 wicket in hand. Ashika gets a bit of a freebie, but you still have to put it away. And look at this, the winning moment. That's not the winning moment, that's the wicket. I'm not sure why the operator is so obsessed with this dismissal. This is not what we want to see, but the game over. Paint Panthers are through. They've won the game by a narrow margin of 1 wicket. And look at all the spectators around, and that's Mahesh getting involved. And I'm sure he'll have few things to say after this game. We'll have the presentation ceremony, of course, but the ball by ball coverage ends here at Crixie. I hope you enjoyed every moment of this riveting encounter. We'll be back again with more games. The preseason is done, but there'll be a lot of action coming your way in the following months. So stay connected with us. Keep following Crixie, keep following Debut. We'll be back again to entertain you again in the future. Goodbye, everyone.